Yep.
I see
Right.
it.
All right. So we're good. We got the fair housing document up. Everyone can see everything, and we're recording. So the fair housing document is essentially, it's not a contract, right? It's not any agreement. It's just a disclosure saying, hey, this is our legal parameters of what we can discriminate on, right? So there, I mean, we could sit here and read through this entire document. Honestly, that's not what we should be doing in front of our clients, right? We should be having a conversation with them, not, stating word for word in legal jargon of what this disclosure says, because they aren't going to understand it. Our job is to present this document and say, you can read it if you want, but here's what this says. That's how I always present it. This is a New York State disclosure. It's required for anybody, whether there's representation or not. You have to sign a fair housing agreement. And so protected classes, what are they? It says it right in there in that first paragraph of what the protected classes are. So race, creed, color, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity, military status, sex, age, disability, marital, all the things, right?
Yes.
The only thing that's not on there is, are you financially capable of purchasing this property? When I present the fair housing disclosure, I say, so this document is saying all the things that we cannot judge people by. The only thing that I care about, and the only thing that I'm going to ask about is, are you qualified to purchase this property? Are you qualified to come look at this property and potentially put an offer on it? If the answer is no to that, unfortunately, then you're not qualified. But I would never ask any of the other, like, are you married? Do you have kids? In casual conversation, yes, but when filling out the disclosure, that's not something that I would bring up. Has anyone had anything, like, anybody ask questions when they're filling out the fair housing document that they didn't understand? Or do you feel like you have something that comes up when you're saying, hey, this is the fair housing?
No, I did have a client who kind of wanted to get squirrely about that they were being discriminated against by a listing agent. It was a whole thing, but I was able to come back to this form and say, hey, listen, we're not allowed to do that per this. So it came in handy.
Right. So I think that that's a good point to bring up, is like, sometimes people, you don't have questions initially on it, but then you do come back to it. Like when you have a situation where you are going, you have a buyer, they want to go look at a property, and the listing agent says, like, oh, it's not available, right? And someone says, like, well, they just don't want to show it to me. You come back to this document and say, hey, listen, so like the only reason that we can't show a property is if it's do not show, right? If the sellers have said, we're taking it off the market, whatever that looks like, they're not doing it as a realtor. They would not be doing it because we are bound by this non-discrimination disclosure in New York State. So bringing issues back to this, I feel like, is where it does kind of come up more than initially. Most people are like, yeah, okay, whatever. They don't really understand it, but it's our job to make sure that they do. So who has a little, like, Brianna, what's your spiel when you say this, I have this fair housing disclosure, New York State requires me to have you sign this and acknowledge it. What's your spiel? How do you explain it?
So I basically just say, this is the document that states that you or I are not allowed to discriminate against anyone for any reason. And I don't even go into, okay, but maybe there's some reason, like, we're not allowed to. I'm not allowed to help you discriminate against someone. I'm not allowed to take part in it, and neither is the agent on the other side.
Right.
I keep it pretty simple. That's the base,
it's easiest to keep it simple.
Yeah.
Like, because can you imagine being somebody who doesn't read this document every day and you being like, okay, well, federal, state, and local fair housing and anti-discrimination laws provide like that. I would just be lost. So keeping it simple and easy, and that's a beautiful way of putting it. Like, this is we don't judge or care about anything else.
And not opening it up for somebody to be like, yeah, but what if it's a woman? Yeah, but what if they're black? Yeah, but what, like, we just don't.
Right.
I don't, you don't, we don't.
So what, so let's say we're filling this out with a seller, right? And we're saying, hey, this is the fair housing document. It lets you know that, regardless who comes to me, as long as they're financially qualified to purchase your house, I'm going to show them the property. And they're like, well, that's okay. But I don't want kids here. I don't want kids to live in this house. What's the appropriate conversation back to that seller? It's saying, hey, listen, so I want you to understand that regardless of your feelings, you're allowed to have them. Me as a real estate professional, I am not allowed to say, hey, the seller doesn't want kids here, or, they don't want this to be a retirement home, or, like, I don't want, we can't have that. So if you are going to have an issue with me showing anybody who is qualified, my goal is to sell your house. So if you have a issue with me showing somebody who is qualified to show your house based on one of these things, we are not going to be able to work together. Honestly, I've never had that happen to me, but if the situation came up, that's the conversation of like, hey, nope, no can do. I can't participate in that. It violates fair housing laws. What do you think like the most common brush with fair housing that we have as agents would be? Like, how many of you have had someone saying like, oh, well, how's the neighborhood?
How's the school district?
Right.
How's
so that is a question that like human to human you think would be really easy to answer, right? Like, oh, well, it's a great school and it's just, super family oriented community, all those things, right? Those would be human to human. That's what we initially have to say. We have to be very careful on what that conversation looks like. We can't abide by the fair housing laws and answer some of those questions. What I've trained myself to say is, hey, so those are all really good questions, and I understand they would be really important to me if I were moving to a neighborhood. So I'm going to suggest you go to a couple local Facebook groups and join them and ask questions there, right? Because
or send the statistics, like I just say like, you know what? There's experts out there who know it better than I do. I'm going to send you the school rankings.
Right. You can do what you want, but I can't give you my personal opinion. I can't say, well, the school, it's mixed, and I can't say things like that, right? I say, hey, listen, that those are great questions, and I'm validating to you that they are super appropriate for you to be thinking about in your world. Here's where you're going to go to find those answers, but I can't say here or there, and I don't say that. Like, I don't say I can't answer those questions, because I don't want to feel like I'm also putting them off, right? I say like, oh, like, that's a great question. Here's where I would go to get a really good feel for yourself, because ultimately that decision's up to you. So here's where you find the information that you're looking for. And it completely takes things out. The other thing that I think maybe we don't have as much struggle with, but I imagine in like inner cities and places where they have much higher crime rates, like the how's your neighborhood question comes into there. We don't really have to deal with that much, because it's like, well, it snows here. That's the rough part of the time. It has nothing to do with the people. It's the weather that's rough, which we can talk about, because it's in general everywhere here. But the other part of fair housing that also goes with that is in the rental situation, right? In a rental world as a real estate agent, it's a tough time. And I feel like for me, my personal experience, I feel like landlords are a little unaware of fair housing laws, and they are the ones that kind of push things more so than sellers, right? Most sellers are just like, whatever you got to do to sell my house, as long as there's money green, their money is green, I don't really care. But landlords, I feel like that is where it gets a little more intricate, because it's their house still, regardless if someone moves into it or not. They're still the one that is worrying about it. So I feel like that's where I've had the most opportunity, we'll say, to kind of flex the, hey, so like that's really not something that I can ask. That's really not something that I can put in your listing. And in that world, I have had people say like, oh, well, like, I just want like a single little lady, or I want, like a college kid, or we can't say those things. We can say college, successful college rental in listings, but we can't say we only want this type of person here. So I feel like that's where fair housing shows up most for me in my business, is in the rental world. So other than that, fair housing is, I feel like, one of the easier documents to explain. And then, the end of it's very simple. This form was provided to me by, in this case, it would be Angela Moser. And my brokerage is Keller Williams Upstate on my properties. I put the client's name there and have them sign and date it. Again, anybody, whether an unrepresented buyer, an unrepresented tenant, a seller, a buyer, all of the above, everyone signs fair housing. This is the constant in every single deal. So that's the fair housing gist of it. Nothing that's too scary to talk about. What do you think about it? Anything that you are hung up on? Any situations that you have come up where you had to flex the fair housing muscle?
I had a seller who didn't want me to show the property to any colored people. So we had to go through that situation.
See,
They
craziness.
said that out loud?
Yeah. Some sellers, he was very, in his 80s and that generation type of deal.
Mhm.
Sometimes I run into that a lot with the older clientele.
Yeah, this disclosure, what I have to remind myself sometimes is like, this disclosure is here for a reason. Whereas like we might be like, okay, obviously,
Segregation was only like 50 years ago.
which is wild. But yeah, I that is probably something that comes up more so than not for people, is like, I definitely don't want to do that. I almost like feel like it's a moment for us to kind of like flex for humanity. Like, hey, so by the way, none of that actually matters, right? Nobody cares. Like we're all just trying to live here. How did he take it when you had said like, okay, well, that's not an option, and as long as, they are financially capable, I am going to show it to them? How did they react to that?
He rolled his eyes and pretty much was just like, okay, whatever.
Good for
That
him.
is crazy. I know I shouldn't be shocked, but I just am.
Yeah.
To say it out loud to somebody that you don't know.
Oh, goodness, that's messy. But I guess it's leaving a door open that could get messy, and that's with like being super versed in it and being very firm in fair housing is like, oh nope, sorry, that's not something that we cannot discuss that. That's not something that I care about as a real estate agent. Like being very firm in that, and making it non-negotiable. That's everything. So with that, we can move on to the fun one. If no one has any other fun, great stories about fair housing that they want to share, we can get on to agency, because that's the juice of it, right? present something else. I'm getting really good with the window sharing thing now that I've spent hours with the mirror that happens. I've got it now. So can you see agency now? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So agency, the probably most discussed document in our world. I before we had everyone else had jumped on, we were talking about at team meeting the other day. It's an amazing thought, right? Because these are documents that we fill out almost with every single deal that we do, one side or another. We're filling out agency. We're representing somebody on one half of it. And there was Joan, and I can't remember who the other person Joan was talking to. There was like a deep discussion about it. Jim Serio, okay. Yeah, there was a deep discussion about it and like the differences of not opinion but insight on it. So this is something that I feel like is always relevant for us, right? Like we should always be thinking about agency, knowing who we're representing and making sure that the people who are signing this document or not signing this document understand what they're going after here. So the first thing that I think is the most important is this is not a contract, right? This is not to be put out there as this is a buyer representation agreement. This is simply just identifying a relationship and deciding that's where this is going, and then the buyer agent compensation comes after. It doesn't exactly create agency. It discloses it, but it doesn't create it. Where the agency is created is when the deal starts moving, right? Because that's where your fiduciary responsibilities really come into play, right? So we can explain this all day, but until we're like actually in a situation, that's where the agency comes in. So seller's agent, we'll start with that guy. So when you are a seller's agent, you solely represent them, right? Like you are looking out for the seller, their best interest. Anybody who, as a selling agent, you're hosting an open house. If someone comes in, who do you represent? The seller, right? If you are doing, if I have a listing and one of you are doing an open house, you represent the seller, right? Until there is a formal decision that you are representing them as a designated agent, which we'll get into later. If Keller Williams holds the listing and you have no agency described yet from the other side of it, we represent the seller. That means any information that we get that can help the deal, that could sour a deal, anything that like, hey, this person, has a shaky Rocket Mortgage pre-qualification, and I think it would be best if we got them to a local lender. This person is coming in with cash, and they came into the open house and they said that they would pay well over the asking price. As a seller's agent, we can say all those things to our client because our trust, our honor lies to the seller because we represent them and their best interest. So buyer's agent, same exact thing, flipped, right? If we are working for a buyer and we walk in and we, hear the seller is willing to accept $20,000 less, I'm going back to my buyer and being like, hey, guess what? If I'm at a Benson listing or a Jewett and Jewett or at any other brokerage, and they say, I hear someone say like, oh, they're willing to discount the price, I'm going back to my buyer and be like, we are not offering full price, right? Obviously, if there's multiple offers, different story, but I hope you understand what I'm saying. So undivided loyalty, confidentiality, full disclosure, obedience, and duty to account. that's what you are giving to your client, whether they're your seller client or your buyer client. So I feel like those are very clear, right? Like when you represent the seller and that's it, and there's no dual designated or dual or any of that, it's very clear where like your loyalties lie, right? Any thoughts on that where it gets confusing for agency when you're strictly, it's not a Keller listing or you are the listing agent and another agency brings in a buyer. I feel like it's very clear cut. And in that situation, we would, put our name here, put the company name here, buyer, and then their name and they sign, or seller and they sign. Where things get a little tricky and the fun side of it is dual agency and dual agency with designated. So I'm sure you guys are probably tired of hearing me talking. So who knows what dual agency is? What does that mean?
It means you represent the buyer and the seller with no fiduciary duty to either one.
Right. So how do you think that works out? I personally feel like it works out a little awful. Because ultimately you're just and this is just my opinion, right? People do dual agency and it's 100% okay. It like if they feel like they can fully handle a deal, I feel like you're just playing liaison and you're not really I feel like I don't have the ability to add value to either person. I think that there is a lot of things that could come up in a deal, right? There are 1.5 million things that could come up in a deal, and to be in a situation where you can be honest and you can relay information, you're definitely there, but there's not really an opportunity to show value. It's kind of like, well, I'm just the person who, can tell you information. I can't give either of you any real advice because then I would be, it wouldn't be fair. I've done dual agency before, and honestly, I wouldn't mind if I never do it again. I think that in a situation, if I'm representing a listing and someone comes in, I would much rather represent my seller to the best of my ability and have an unrepresented buyer come in and let them bounce ideas off of their attorney. I don't like the feeling of having somebody thinking that I am their person and they can tell me all the things, and they really can't, because to us, dual agency, we understand it. We understand these forms, but from a consumer standpoint, it leaves they're like, well, why can't you just help me, tell me what the offer is? Or how come you can't help me discuss the repairs on an inspection? To not be able to do that for either person doesn't make me feel good about being an agent. It kind of makes me feel like I am just kind of in it for my commission, because ultimately that's what I'm doing. I'm being the person who relays information and I'm collecting a check at the end. With that being said, I know a lot of other people don't feel that way. I know a lot of other people think that they can you're not actually representing either side. They can facilitate the deal and make everyone happy. And some people, they have success with it. I have had situations where I was in dual agency and issues came up, and when people are heated, guess who they pointed at? And it was 2 sets of fingers, not one. So that's a bad time. Anthony, do you have your hand up? I can't see everyone. So if you have your hand up and I can't see it, just yell at me.
Yeah, I do. So that's exactly what happened to us. Is we were very used to it because of we had land, and for the most part, pretty often you'll have somebody, here's land they want, the lawyers are going to take care of everything, we can pull up all, like there's so much not to worry about that we were pretty used to doing it. And but then what happens is the question comes at the time where you shine as an agent, unfortunately. So what happens is they're like, I need you to have my back, and you're like, I don't.
Mm-hmm. I
So and like you said, when it's fine, it's totally fine. but then as soon as it's not, it's such a horrible feeling when someone says, well, how do I know you have my best interests? And you're months into working together. So that happened to us at the last time. We haven't done dual agency in years now, because it was, as soon as they asked that question, I literally was just like, I don't know. Whereas I still, like, so now we're just like, you, if you're comfortable being unrepresented, that's totally fine. We'll make sure if you have questions about paperwork, we can like forward you, here's what you need and everything. But like, we can't really, I have no fiduciary like responsibility other than being very professional with you and everything. But like, I can't help you in negotiations. I can't really say what we should do. And like, pretty often they either go, that's fine, I don't need anything, or they're like, oh, I do want somebody. So now that we recommend, almost never does somebody say, no, I don't want one.
Mhm.
It's always a cost thing. And even then, if you can explain that, that's usually normally the conversation you're having is they're like, well, how do I save money? Can I just do a thing? And you're like, it might seem this way, but actually in the wash, you won't. And now we always talk about it as like having two agents is just ensuring that the deal is getting done, because the amount of times we've sat there, and then if there's no agent, I mean, even with an agent, you can end up completely unable to get somebody or chase them down. But with no agent, it's so impossible at times.
Yeah. And I think that the other part of it is, I love what you said about like it's usually a cost thing. Like when you have a listing and a buyer comes to you, and they are like, oh, well, like, oh, I don't want an agent if they're going to cost me extra money. But then the conversations too, like not having an agent could cost you even more. And you have to be, careful of how you present that. It's not like, oh, well, I'm totally going to make sure that you pay through the nose. It's not that. It's like having somebody who you can confide in and ask for advice and what would you do and all of those things. There's like, that's invaluable, right? Like not having someone who has your back in a deal could cost you something. And it could just be something as silly as like, or as important as the deal, right? Like if there's a multiple offer situation and you're an unrepresented buyer, I can't help you and tell you anything. The only thing that I can do is say like, hey, what's your offer? Whereas if you have a representation, you have an agent on your side, you could say, hey, so, let's do an escalation clause. Here's a couple other tactics. Let's see if we can negotiate this way, or let me help you with my expertise navigate through. So we're putting your best offer forward. As an unrepresented buyer, we can essentially just say, let me know what relay to me what you're offering. So it could cost you a deal not having an agent. So I to the newer agents in PC, I always say like dual agency is hands off. Like, no, you as a new agent, that is not something that you should be experiencing, because even as a seasoned agent, or, people who have, been in the business for years and years and years, like sometimes the situation is way too sticky and you can't identify where the lines are that you can't cross. And no one wants to get tripped up with an issue on a state level for not abiding by agency rules. So
I just like to say that there are many seasoned agents in our office that won't do dual agency at all. Like a Jean Orr, she's not doing it. She'll refer it. She'll send it out to somebody and she'll make that referral fee, but she's not taking both sides of a deal ever.
And I mean, again, personal preference here, but I love that. I really feel strongly about dual agency being a little bit of a way for agents to get a bad reputation, because someone always feels a little slighted, or not always, but a lot of the time someone leaves the deal not feeling wonderful. So I think referring it out to an agent, I mean, best case scenario, right? Like you are not answering that person's questions, and or answering your people's questions. Like you're giving that away so your deal moves a little more smoothly, right? Like you are not saying like, well, I can't answer that question. You should call your attorney, and then have your attorney wait 2 days to get an answer back to you and then holding the deal up. Call your agent, ask them. So I really love it. And that goes to the next one with dual with designated. There in any situation we have a listing, anything like that, we have the option where we can say, hey, Brianna, I have a buyer who wants to make an offer on one of my listings. They really want representation. Are you cool with taking them for 25% referral fee?
Yes.
Right? It's a beautiful thing. Brianna gets business. Somebody has representation. I can represent my seller to the fullest. We're all happy. I think the thing to remember about dual agent with designated is how we are explaining it. So who does anybody have the way that they explain dual designated that they love and they feel like is very versed and free flowing, and what's dual agency with designated sales and you're like, this is what it is? No. Well, I do. Don't worry. So when I explain dual designated, I say, hey, so like our brokerage, Keller Williams, we hold the listing, right? So our brokerage is the one who has listed the property. That's who it's under. Anthony Heath, he's the listing agent. He represents the seller and his loyalties lie to the seller. My loyalties will lie to you as a buyer's agent. We are designated to each person. The brokerage holds the listing and we're under that umbrella, but I am your person and Anthony is the seller's person. That is my go-to. I feel like that's the best way to help a consumer understand it, and not failing to mention that the brokerage does hold the listing. They represent the listing, but you have your designated person. Because going back to the beginning of the fair housing is it's our job to give, like, we are the ones that are supposed to be able to chew this up and explain it in layman's terms. They can absolutely read it. Oh, I mean, they should be reading things over before they sign them. They absolutely have the opportunity. But I think our job as real estate agents to really make people understand what they're signing before they sign it. Not like, yeah, here's these 2 disclosures from New York State. They require us to sign them. There you go. I can't show you this property until we have these signed. It's more than that. It's like, okay, do you understand fair housing? How am I going to explain fair housing to you that you understand it? Okay, do you understand the relationship of agency that we're in right now? Do you understand that Keller Williams represents the listing, but I'm designated to you as yours? I think giving it in chewable pieces is really what our job is when we present these. Has anyone had any issues when they're signing this where people are like, oh no, I don't want to sign it. I feel like this is one that gets battled a little more than fair housing because it is a little bit more confusing. Any fun stories?
I haven't had any bulking. I think it's just like you said, it's really about explaining it properly and about reading the situation. I mean, if you have a seller that you know is going to need all of your attention, or it's going to be a tricky deal, or if there's anything that's out of the norm, maybe you don't even look at it as an option. But as long as you're explaining it properly and giving them making sure they know that they have the option.
Mm-hmm. I think
say yes or no. It's a choice.
I think that the biggest issue that I had with the agency disclosure is having I feel like this triggers the compensation conversation, like it as a buyer's agent, right? Like if I just met a buyer and they it's prior to us going see a property before I get, because I fill these two out prior to filling out the buyer agent compensation agreement. I explain agency, right? Like you understand the relationship that we would have if we agreed to work together. I feel like this is the one that gets people tripped up, like, oh, like, well, how much money do I owe? What does that look? And I now that we have the compensation agreements in place, my conversation is a little different than how it used to be. Like, it would be like, oh, well, no worries. This is the seller is offering compensation and we're all good to go. Now the conversation comes up like, well, okay, well, I do have a disclosure for that. And that is not this. But as your agent, right? Like I bring it back to agency. As your agent, I will do everything I can because I have that responsibility to you to make sure that this works out wonderfully for you. So whether that be, we are only looking at properties that are offering compensation, or we're okay with maybe rolling the dice and I mean, then we can actually absolutely have that conversation with the next one. But this is just helping you understand that those conversations, with being a buyer's agent, you have my undivided, I will root for you. Like I've got you. So I feel like that's the only one that kind of makes me kind of float a little bit to that one, but then bringing it back to like, hey, so understanding that I represent you in your best interest, we will have that conversation. But other than that, the only thing where it gets weird is the dual designated. People don't really understand that. Like, oh, wait, so who represents who? What does that look like? But other than that,
I think one of the things that come up around that for me is that Keller Williams, there's so many agents. So it's like, they are always like, okay, well, how does that help me? Like, this agent and, and it's like someone I absolutely don't know at all, and it's telling them that like, yeah, even though we both work for Keller Williams, it doesn't mean like we're sitting around going, let's screw this buyer as best we can, then. So sometimes I think that.
Well, and that was kind of the conversation that had come up at the team meeting, because it was like, these were, I don't know if they'll say when they were, this one was revised in 2021. But that would have been a fun fact to have of like when this document actually, was truly written, like the meat of it. But I think the, back in the day, when brokerages were much smaller and the real estate world, wasn't what it was today with internet and things like that. There was a really hard situation because people did sit at their brokerage with their books and they had coffee together, and that's where their hub was, right? Like that was when people went to work from 9 to 5 every single day and they all hung out in their office.
Right.
So I feel like that's where it was a little messier. But now, I mean, I've been with our office like 9 years. And there are people on our roster that I have never met face to face. Like, yeah. I know them. I've talked to them on the phone a couple times, but we're not buddies. We don't hang out at the office together. Like, so I could, bring a buyer to their listing and have no connection. We were in the same brokerage, but there's no connection between us. But then there are agents who, I do see every day. I do talk to every day, but I would never put them in a situation to compromise their fiduciary responsibility to their agents. And I hope that they wouldn't either. But that's where
things would be a good chance for you. Sorry.
You're good.
But for you to bring up the lore of like, actually one of the benefits of working with us is that we are the largest broker in the area, and 1 out of every 4 properties sold in our MLS is sold by a Keller Williams agent. And we have 100 agents, and kind of talk up the benefits of being with a larger brokerage so that it's not seen as a negative. And then it's more understandable when you say, I've actually never met that person because they live in Madison County,
Yeah. I think it, as long as you're fluent with the conversation, it'd be fine, but it also could be a moment of where you get tripped up. to bring it back to like, oh, well, like if you guys are friends and you're from the same brokerage, like, you know, how do I know that you're not going to go tell them that I would pay more than that? Or that that's not my best offer, that or I'm willing to, you know, waive inspections or whatever that looks like. So I think that that is a good point. It is an opportunity to flex a little bit, but it's also might be putting yourself out there to say like, well, it's great. You guys are the biggest and the best, but is that because you guys, you know, are conspiring, right? So
Yeah.
it might, as long as you're ready for that conversation, then that's absolutely a beautiful thing to say, but also could, you know, lead you to an uncomfortable conversation. So we've got like, I don't know, 15, a little over 15 minutes. We can jump into the exclusive or the non-exclusive. Is there one or the other that anyone really wants to cover, or that we want to kind of rehash with agency?
I have some questions.
Oh, Megan,
I typically will use a non-exclusive. You know, obviously, because I don't know if I don't know them. And it just feels right to be like non-pressure, like, okay, here's my non-exclusive. I guess I've never ever followed up with an exclusive after I've gotten to know them, after I am their tried and true buyer agent. I have never followed up with an exclusive. And do you feel like that's something that's worth my time, chasing somebody down to do that?
So, with your non-exclusive, when you are you meet somebody, right? You meet somebody that's a buyer, that you're taking them out. You have a non-exclusive, you're showing them 3 houses.
Yep.
That then the next week, you know, none of those 3 houses worked out. The next week you bring them and show 3 more. You bring another non-exclusive, you fill out that one with the 3 houses. And then the next week you're going to say, at what point do you say, hey,
I don't put specific addresses. I thought you taught us just all houses going forward.
On the exclusive.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Yeah, I do that on my non-exclusive.
Oh, no. So okay. So,
okay, this is why I'm confused about this.
This is the whole point of this class. No,
that's fine.
The whole point.
Let me present something else. So, of course, I closed that. Give me 1 second.
So, of course, this is my knee-jerk. I would say knee-jerk. It's just how I communicate. I end up making a joke about it. So pretty often was the first time, and my little joke is I'm like, well, that was a really nice date. I think we should take us to the next level. And if you want me to get to work for you, I think we should be exclusive. I think it's because I think in their brain, just to take it away from the catch and release, because they're like, well, if I say yes, then you got me. It's not so much, you got me now, and I'd love to get to work for you, but because I'm busy and because I'm sought after, I need to make sure that we're exclusive before I take my time to go really looking for properties for you. Because pretty often you catch them and they're like, hey, I want to see one property. And if it's just that property, then fine. But if they want to move on, then you kind of have to explain. It's a great time to explain your value. Because you're like, this is really good. And like, but now that I'm going to like really pour into you and you want me to like, I'd love to do that. I just need to make sure that like, we're on the same page and we're heading to the same direction. And then pretty often in that conversation, each little thing can be like kind of like a red light, green light situation where you hit that and you go, this is a great time to kind of test our relationship. I'm going to find out by how you respond to that, how you actually feel about me as an agent. Am I there's the concept of the fool and the favorite. Am I just somebody to show you things? You could take any other warm body and fine. It's good to know though. If they want to say non-exclusive, fine. I'm probably the fool. If I'm the favorite, they're like, we loved having this, we saw something, we felt comfortable. We'd love to do more of this. It's early on. It's easy to be like, anybody that comes along is great, but you get any business. But when you start to kind of, I wouldn't even say forceful, but when you start to kind of be like, hey, this is the time that I get a little serious, they actually take you more seriously. just like in dating or anything else, if you're horrified of holding their hand, if you're horrified of going to the next step, or be like, hey, so I'm actually pretty busy, but I'd love to work with you. Can we do something so I understand that we're like on the same page? If they start to shrink against it, you kind of know, okay, then I can also treat this person with a bit of a loose hand as well, because they're ready to do that with me. And then somebody else who goes, I love what we're doing, let's get exclusive. That's going to be the referrals you want. That's going to be the business you want to take. And when you're the favorite, the difference in the whole transaction and the feeling and those hard moments are so different than when you're the fool. Because in the fool, they're like, what did you do? The favorite, they go, what can we do about this? And it's entirely different business. And our joke, or what we always say, is I'd rather be on the sidelines looking at business I missed than sitting in business I wish I could get out of. And when you get enough business, when you got 3 clients and all of your business is bad, and you go to bed like, fuck, and you wake up like, fuck. After a while, you're like, okay, no more of this. I don't want any more of this. Like I want good clients, and I'll actually have more time to find better clients. And but this is a great time to test your relationship, though.
I think that's some learned behavior that I'm currently going through. Yeah. So that's.
I think you have to learn it. You gotta. I really. I don't even mean to, like, this isn't facetious. I think you need to feel the pain, because what happens is now I start to feel it. Just like when you get out of a long-term relationship and you're like, whoa, I just got out of one of these. What happens is you start to feel a client acting like another one. You're like, actually, I think we could be non-exclusive. I'm really happy doing that. Like, I'm really glad to not be married right now. And
so can I hear somebody else and how they do it? Because I love your explanation. I will never explain it like you would, Anthony. It's just not.
It is 100%.
What?
And actually, just one, like, real quick. What I love is I feel like our communication styles are so separate that as I'm saying things, I'm realizing how they wouldn't work for you.
Right.
And, like, I
get so much out of what you say, but I also, it's just not my personality at all. So I'm like, okay, that
you shouldn't do it.
And now maybe I can hear how, like, Brianna does it or how Angela does it, because
100%. I 100% agree. I'm comfortable being this way, and people aren't, and it's fine.
It is you. It is not me.
Yeah. So that, and honestly, like, it's really good. I love getting perspective of how other people. To this day, I'm like, ooh, I'm using that. I'll hear somebody say something, and I'm like, ooh, well, my whole entire way I explain that document is now changed forever, because they said that beautifully. And maybe 6 months previous, I wouldn't have said that. I'd be like, no, mine's good. But then it clicks, and I'm like, that was good. So initially, my default is, when I first meet somebody, I don't know if I want to work with them forever, right? Like, I have had the blessings of having some crazies in my life that I was like, oh, these are my people. I'm going to sign an exclusive with them, and they're mine, and then I'm theirs. So I always do a non-exclusive initially. Sometimes, like, the first few times. After the first time, with some people, I'll know we were meant for each other, and that I want to work with them. So when I'm explaining the non-exclusive, there's obviously the time frame. I say, like, this, I do make a little bit of a joke out of it, but I say, like, so, like, this is talking about how I get paid. And I go into what I charge and that kind of thing. And then I say, hey, so we're going to see these 3 properties today. We'll kind of just jump to that part, because now I feel a little concerned that I somehow made you that it was wrong. So I'll say, we're seeing 123 Main Street, we're seeing 31 Main Street, whatever, right? These are the 3 properties that we're going to see today. We are not bound to each other outside of these 3 properties. So if you decide that one of these are for you, we are going to enter into a contract as me representing you. Tomorrow, if you decide that you don't love me, you can go work with somebody else, and that's completely fine. My feelings will not be hurt. I understand I'm not for everyone. But then let's say we do, we're 3 months in or 3 weeks into this and we've seen a ton of different houses, at that point I do say like, hey, so like I really enjoyed working with you. I think that we really connect. I'm totally fine if you want to continue filling this one out at every single showing. We'll just, have this new one that we date and put the new addresses in, and we can continue on from there. I do have a document that would blanket all properties that we see from now on within this time frame. And if you would like to go into that, it's called an exclusive. And that means that regardless what property you want to purchase, you're going to come to me to help you guide you through it. And usually people are pretty open on what they're thinking. They're saying like, no, I don't like commitment and I don't want to be bound to someone forever. Or they're going to be like, yeah, I really don't want to sign any more documents and I like working with you and I feel like you have my best interest and I want to continue this relationship and I don't want to sign any more of your documents ever again. So that's how I explain it. And I feel like it's a very easy breezy way of saying like, hey, so these properties that we're showing that are on these ones that I have listed here, we are saying we're committed that we're going to go look at these together and we're going to work through if one of these are the one. If not, we can bring up a new one, list the properties that we're going to see. The only time we don't write the properties that we're specifically showing them is if we have the exclusive. It should always come back to this one. The exclusive means exclusively across the board, any listing that you show them, they are working with you. This is a non-exclusive and only per the properties. Who else is on that? Probably has a nice little spiel. Rich has got his mic and stuff off. Hey, Bridge, would you be interested in saying how you go about non-exclusive, or do you have a preference? Not to call you out, don't have to answer. What's your go-to, Brianna, when you're filling out non-exclusive or exclusives? What do you say?
So actually this all came about after I wasn't really in production at that point. So I don't really have a spiel.
Mm-hmm.
But it would be, I think it would probably be a combination of Anthony and Angela's. I definitely am a joker. I like the idea of making a joke about, hey, let's get exclusive. Ha ha ha. But I also like the fact that your spiel, was more open-ended of, we don't have to do this. We can continue to do the non-exclusive as well. And again, giving that choice, I feel like it's important for people to have a choice and to feel like they have a say in what's going on, rather than you either do it this way or we don't work together and that's it.
Yeah. And I think the other thing is,
and with mine, just to clarify, there's always a choice. There's just implications.
Yeah.
We're going to be in business together, but maybe we're not the best of friends, and that's fine.
Right.
And,
yeah, no, I like it. That's for sure. I will use that. I like it.
And I think that there has been times when I don't even offer the exclusive.
Because you're like, I don't want to be exclusive with you. Actually,
I mean, we're
gonna be poly.
Be the professional, and I'm gonna work with you. But if you never call me again, I'm not gonna be mad about it.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But I do pick, who I want to be bound to as well, because I don't look at this as like just as like I want to lock them in. I think about the flip side too. Like, who do I want to be locked into? Like, and I think that, after a certain point, like if you have a client that you're working with and they're just looking at 1 million houses and they want to see everything and anything from $50,000 to $400,000, and you're just looking at houses with them. I feel like if you're in a non-exclusive agreement with them, it's a much easier road to like identify them as a tire kicker and be like, okay, so you're actually not very serious because you've looked at 1 million houses. We haven't tightened up our search parameters. I don't feel bad in saying like, hey, so like maybe we should take a break. Like maybe once you're ready or exactly what you want, then we can come back. I think it's an opportunity for me to decide who I want to work with, and not just like trying to lock someone into something, because I don't know if I'm going to want to, be in it with them for, 3 years. Not that saying that I don't like to make that commitment to people, but it's giving me the option too. Like if I think you're semi-serious and eventually you're going to buy, I'll keep our relationship alive, but I'm not going to be like, oh, well, you need to lock into an exclusive with me right now and we're going to renew it in next year. I'll feel the situation out and decide, is it time for me to say like, hey, so I really enjoy working with you and I hate filling out this paperwork just as much as I'm sure you do. I can, have a document that blankets all. Are you interested? And then I think the other piece to that, I know we're getting close, is the time frame.
I was just going to say, can you talk about the cancellation? Like, it's not like you're in it forever.
Yeah. So I'm very careful about my time frames. Just as so when I go to a listing appointment, I don't sign year-long exclusive right to sells. I know some people do, but I usually, my go-to spiel when I'm doing that is like, hey, after 6 months, if I haven't sold your house, there's a reason. And after 6 months, if we can't identify that reason and fix it, we're going to know if we like working with each other or not. Right? After 6 months, I don't want to be locked into anything for a year with people because a year is a very long time. So I will usually do these out for like 6 months is the max time that I do them out for. I know other people do them for a year, and that's fine, whatever they're comfortable with. But for me personally, I don't want to be locked in to someone for a year. At 6 months, if we haven't found something, then we can, renew and obviously you should just be mindful of your paperwork that this hasn't expired. But there's that. And then on the cancellation side of things, there is no cancellation and release for this document. It not like our standard form contract where when the deal doesn't work out, we process that, have everyone sign it and go on their way. The way that I have done it is that as long as there's a paper trail saying that you are releasing them from if this was the exclusive, you go, I have them confirm in an email. And then I also have like at the bottom, I put in like exclusive or non-exclusive canceled on this date. And then I have them sign it and I sign it too, just so we're clear, like, hey, it's fine if you don't want to work with me. I would never bind someone to work with me who's not comfortable. I'm okay with letting you go. But just so I am clear and whoever you're working for in the future doesn't feel funny, we have a paper trail of that. So
do you include that in your spiel? Do you talk about how
if it's not working
canceled?
out?
Yeah.
I'm very clear. Like, hey, at any point, especially if we're signing an exclusive together or this one, I say, hey, if at any point we feel like we aren't vibing, like if we don't like each other, I would never make someone work with me. Because that's not good for me or you. So, if that's ever, I would love the opportunity to have the conversation and see if we can work through it. But if not, I never would hold someone to that. Because if someone doesn't want to work with you and they want to work with someone else, it's probably not going to be a very fun deal.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. But I just didn't know if it's like, if you feel like it's something that makes people feel better, or if it's something that brings up like, hey, if I don't like you, I'm going to, I think
it depends on the person.
Yeah.
I think it's like, what I was going to say is like a lot of it, this is just a really good time. Like I read people, all I'm doing, I'm like, okay, what'd they say? How are they sitting? What are they doing? So like, this is a great time to just, you kind of see how they feel about you. And so we're really big on, we'll never hold anybody over a barrel. If you don't want to do business with us, if you just get a weird feeling, if you're done, we're done. Like that's good business for us, is being in business with who we want to be with. That gives them all the release they need if they want to get out. Fine. So it's like you're not really stuck, but like we bring it up always so that they're less worried, because like Angela said, if you're planting the seed that they can get out and they want out, let them get out.
Yeah,
it's not like, oh, now they're gonna know they can get away from us if we're not doing well.
Yeah.
Go away, man. Like I think it's really good. Yeah. And then my other thing real quick was that if we also swip it around, like there's been times that we've actually been purposely non-exclusive because I could feel the person needed some time. So I'm like, what I'll do and it's completely true, we don't really enjoy having more than a buyer or two at a time. It's just not how we're wired. We're very comfortable being sellers agents. So I get to say, I'm like, we're pretty exclusive with the amount of buyers we work with. So we're going to do non-exclusive, knowing that I really want to do business with them. And I can tell that they're naturally just nervous. That's fine. You can get out of it anytime. And then pretty often they'll mention the exclusive because you haven't pushed it. And I know that I'm kind of belaboring the dating thing, but it's very similar. Like, you don't want to come on too strong. You also don't want to come on too weak, but just want to be honest about it, you know?
And I think I know we're a little over. And the other thing that I feel like I come up with this a lot is like, oh, well, I saw a property last week and another agent didn't have me sign this. And I feel like that's an opportunity for us to be like, oh, okay. Like, I understand this is actually a required document. I really love my real estate license and I take pride in it. So I would never do anything to compromise that. And I feel like that shows like, hey, okay, like, I can't vouch for what that person did, but I really love being a real estate agent. It is my passion. And I would never do something to compromise that. And I feel like that is something that leaves a lot of things that then don't need to be said because they realize what kind of person I am. Like, oh, no, like I love me some rules to follow. And if they're telling me that this is what keeps my real estate license in, I'm doing it. And if other people don't want to do it, that's fine. But I also then wondering what other gray areas they have. So I don't want to say plant the seed with that, but I also think that's an opportunity for me to shine and say like, no, I am a person who highly believes that we need to like be very transparent in what we're doing. And I am fine if somebody else is breaking the rules, let them do them, but I am not that person. So I feel like
that's a time I like to flex the whole thing about being the big deal. I'm like, well, realistically, because we are one of the largest brokers in the nation, we kind of have a target on our back, but also that means that we have to kind of set the standard and have a higher train. Like, so we have a lot of training. We go through these things a lot. The smaller brokerages don't really have the time and the money to do that. Fortunately, we do. But like, it really becomes a thing of that's when it's time to flex. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, we have to flex on our compliance and all the things that are good rather than we're a big deal. Come work with us, you know?
And I think it's all also what muscles you like to flex. So like I don't know if I would be super comfortable, like, not that I don't want to brag about color, but that feels like not something that comes naturally to me, but I do feel very strong in my morals and my values. So I have no problem leaning back on that and being like, oh, no, that's not who I am. Like, I am somebody who like wants to be in the right and I want to be backed and me. So I think it's all preference on how you feel comfortable talking, because on all of these documents, the thing that matters most is having confidence in them, because if you don't have confidence in how you're understanding them, other people will feel that. So that's where the, understanding them and having your script or your elevator pitch or whatever you want to call, having that very, very clear in your own mind, is we almost got a glimpse of Joe, is how they understand it. If we're comfortable and we're confident in it, they feel comfortable and confident in us. So I feel like that goes a long way. So I apologize. We went a little bit over. Does anyone have any questions, anything they want to add? Anything before we jump off? I've got time. So if you have questions, by all means, you're not holding me up.
I just have the question of like, if you're exclusive with someone and then you're going on vacation and they're like, oh my God, this house just popped up and I got to see it now. And I can call someone and say, hey, can you just do me a favor? Because I've done favors for others. So I feel like, there's some favors that I could. What do you do then?
So they are essentially just being a showing assistant for you, right?
Okay.
And like, they don't need to sign. They have an agreement with you. They are simply facilitating a showing for you. You are still representing them in the deal. That's how I handle it.
Cool.
And you have an assistant. How fancy are you?
Right now, you're really the big one. And then, and the other thing with that, Megan, is like, when I'd be sure to tell your clients, like, make sure that you are relaying what is appropriate and what's not. Like, I mean, I don't think that you would have someone go show your clients a house that you didn't trust.
Right.
But like, if you were the person that I was calling to say like, hey, I have a favor, like, can you go show this property for me? I'm just, down and out and I can't go do it. I would say, hey, so like Megan's wonderful. She's going to be my eyes and ears and feet on the ground. If you have any questions, ask her. It would be a little different if you were the listing agent, but if you were just going and showing a property for me, I would say like, hey, Megan and I are going to have a conversation as soon as she leaves the house to give me the details of what she saw, and then you and I can chat. But if you have any questions, ask Megan. If someone who maybe I'm kind of like desperate and I'm just like asking whoever, I'd be like, hey, so feel free to like FaceTime me or whatever our plan is. I make sure they know the game plan before, and they're not just walking into somewhere like, I don't know if I can trust this person or what I'm supposed to say, or I didn't want to do anything because you weren't there. I make sure I set the stage for them to know where their comfortability level is supposed to be.
Cool. Okay. Thank you.
You are welcome. Anyone else? So thank you all for coming on. I really, it's nice to have a few people on and participating, and really, is helpful with questions and stuff. So, I know that these are kind of like the basic ones. I think they're fundamentally the most important ones, but, my idea behind the forms and contracts is just to come on and, chat over documents. So like right now we did the fair housing, the buyer agency, and the non-exclusive that we have up, but I would like to dig into like the purchase offer contract next, and understanding the different disclosures and kind of just taking a couple documents and chewing on them, figuring them out, bouncing ideas off of each other, and having a few different people come on and explain their view, because I always feel like I take little pieces, like I said, every time I hear someone explain a document, I'm like, ooh, I like that. Or I'm definitely never saying that. Or whatever, right? Like, I feel like it's how we find our comfortability with them all. So the next one we'll do, we'll probably touch in on the exclusive a tiny bit and go through it a little more, like explaining on what gets filled out where, and then jump into like the purchase offer, and then do some disclosures, and then jump into listing documents. So that's my dream and plan, because I feel like there should be more conversation around the documents that we fill out day in and day out. So
you said basic, but it's really they're fundamental / foundational. So and they're also the ones that are very easy to yada yada.
Mhm.
You have so much to think about. So like it's that whole thing of just back, like you fall back to your basic training. Like honestly, like it's not that like it should be this easy, but it's more like it should be so that like you don't have to worry about it. Because last thing you want to do when you're trying to get the listing and express your value is also be oh no, here comes this one, and like it, your confidence will come off so much more when you're just confident in the papers.
Mhm.
And yeah, I think these are awesome conversations, because every time we go over it, I'm like, oh, maybe I've been saying that like 30% wrongish for a bit. So it's good to hone the knife again,
I feel like the first time I ever
ethics. The fact that you're ethical, and that you don't just spiel this piece of paper off, but you understand what it says, and that's how you conduct yourself, is knowing your fiduciary duties and knowing like, yeah.
Mm.
It's all
And
things.
thank you. And I am just a product of the people who have trained me. So I feel like kudos to them for making me think the way that I do. And I think back to the first time that I filled out, I remember the first time I ever walked up to someone with this non-exclusive buyer agent agreement, and I was mortified. Like I was like, I have talked about my commission for years and never felt as awful as I do right now, that I have to like talk about it the first time we meet. And now I'm like, I don't know why we never did this from like this.
It was always the way.
Yeah, like, well, but it's funny to think about how scared I was initially to have this conversation. And now I'm like, oh, well, thank goodness that's out of the way. No questions there. That I get paid for being a real estate agent. Like, and now I feel super comfortable talking about it. And Not that I don't get tripped up sometime, I definitely do. But
It's also
it's
about
funny.
practice.
Yeah, it's funny how the documents seem really, really scary when they're brand new. And I think we forget it until we get brand new documents and we're like, but then they just become like, yeah, that's that. We just do this now. That's our life. So
I started like very heavy on the sales end of real estate. So I definitely came from a salesy thing, but like what was interesting to me was like I would hear these things that were very salesy sounding. And one of my favorites that I actually eventually adopted quite a bit was never. They say never apologize, normalize, and then that means they're like, you go, yeah, that's normal, you're fine. But actually, if you see it a different way, if you're like, the more normal you can feel at this, the less apologetic you are about it. Because unfortunately, what happens is you pull it out and then you start to apologize that we're even doing this. And you don't even mean to. But what happens is you're like, oh, and I hate to do this, but if you're like, and here's a paper. But and you don't even realize, but you're communicating that you don't want them to sign this even. But could you please?
right.
And realistic. But so the normalization is just like, yeah, this is super normal. Here's how it goes. Sign it. That's fine. But then you're not like apologizing, like, oh, it's New York State's problem. Honestly, I don't even care about fair housing, but they do, and it's like. But if you're normal, like, this is just how it goes. It's cool. They instantly want to assume that it's normal.
That you're
As soon
the
as you
expert.
apologize, they go, wait, what am I missing? Why isn't this normal? Like, this should be a normal transaction. Like,
And I feel like I've had more people like they create a joke around and they're like, oh my goodness, like you don't just do this for fun. Like they end up making the joke of like, oh, like who knew you get paid to be a real estate agent? I thought that this was just your hobby. Yeah, no, that makes total sense.
they're also nervous, by the way. Like they're not always having a good time either. So like,
yeah. So I appreciate you all. I hope you jump on next time. I think that they'll get better and better as we go on. And yeah, that's all we got for Fair Housing Agency in the heart of a non-exclusive. So we'll most likely come jump back to this one and dissect it a little further, and then go into the exclusive and where the differences lie next. So hope to
Sounds
see
great,
you.
Angela. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, and have a great night.
You
Have a
too.
great night.
See you in a few hours.
Yes, ma'am. Bye.